Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The midnight corridors of Hogwarts Castle had witnessed 1,000 years of secrets, but none quite like the one that unfurled on that frost-kissed November eve. As the grandfather clock in the Great Hall struck 12, every portrait throughout the ancient school, from the smallest miniature to the grand painting of the four founders, awoke simultaneously. Their painted lips moved in perfect unison, voices resonating in a discordant chorus that echoed through stone hallways and spiral staircases. The darkness between worlds comes, the veil thins. What was imprisoned shall emerge. Aurora Ravensong stood before the Minister of Magic's desk 3 days later, her posture military straight despite the exhaustion evident in the shadows beneath her violet eyes. At 28, she was the youngest senior Auror in a century, though few understood the true source of her uncanny investigative success. "This is a matter of utmost discretion, Aurora Ravensong," Minister Shacklebolt said, sliding a sealed parchment across his desk. "The incident at Hogwarts has the Department of Mysteries in an uproar. Something ancient is stirring within those walls." Aurora's fingers tensed imperceptibly as she reached for the assignment. The true reason for her selection remained unspoken. Her carefully hidden ability of true vidency, a rare magical gift that manifested not as the fraudulent predictions of tea-shop fortune-tellers, but as visceral glimpses into the tapestry of past and future when she touched objects of magical significance. "You'll be posing as a specialist in magical artwork restoration," the minister continued. "The school's portraits are still unsettled." That evening found Aurora crossing the threshold of Hogwarts, the castle's ancient magic washing over her like a wave. Her vision swam momentarily, a glimpse of the same halls filled with shadows that moved independently of their casters, of mirrors that rippled like disturbed pools of mercury. "Oh, careful on that step, miss. It vanishes on Tuesdays." The gravelly voice belonged to a tall, gaunt man with prematurely silver-streaked black hair and eyes the color of storm clouds. He wore the simple garb of a caretaker, but something in his bearing suggested nobility fallen into disgrace. Orion Blackwater. He introduced himself with a slight bow that seemed both mocking and sincere. "A humble keeper of keys and sweeper of floors. Aurora Ravensong, art restoration specialist," she replied, offering her hand without thinking. The moment their palms met, her vidency flared with an intensity that nearly brought her to her knees. In that momentary connection, she witnessed not the humble caretaker, but a wizard of extraordinary power, deliberately binding his own magic with complex enchantments layered like chains around his core. Orion withdrew his hand sharply, his storm-grey eyes narrowing. "Interesting," he murmured. "The ministry sends not just an aura, but a seer. The situation must be more dire than I thought." That night, as a spectral snow fell upon the castle grounds, Aurora was awakened by whispering that seemed to emanate from the ornate mirror hanging in her guest quarters. The reflective surface showed not her chamber, but a vast, star-flecked void, crossed by whisper-thin bridges of light. "They're all like this now," came Orion's voice from her doorway. He stood with a lantern that cast more shadows than illumination. Every mirror in the castle shows the same between place. "Who are you really?" Aurora demanded, her wand already in hand. "No caretaker recognizes a true seer on sight." A smile ghosted across his austere features. "I was many things once, unspeakable. Researcher, fool who glimpsed things no mortal was meant to comprehend." He gestured toward the mirror. 10 years ago, I foresaw this moment when the entity we imprisoned would begin to break free. So I bound my magic, hid myself in plain sight, and waited for the last seer to arrive. The others were systematically eliminated or driven mad. True vedancy is the only power that can perceive the entity for what it truly is. His expression darkened. I should know. I was the one who discovered it. By wandlight, they descended into the bowels of the castle, past the dungeons to chambers so ancient they predated the founders. The walls here bore inscriptions in languages lost to human memory, and the air itself felt charged with expectancy. 7 centuries ago, Orion explained as they walked, a cabal of Hogwarts headmasters discovered something extraordinary. A cosmic entity trapped between dimensions, visible only through specific magical reflective surfaces. "The mirrors," Aurora whispered. "Precisely. They constructed a complex prison using the castle's mirrors as anchors, binding the entity into the spaces between reflections." He paused before a sealed door adorned with 7 silver locks. But they didn't stop there. They realized this being possessed knowledge of primordial magic, the raw creative force that existed before wizards learned to channel it through wands and incantations. The chamber beyond the door took Aurora's breath away. A perfect circle of 13 ornate mirrors stood in a room whose ceiling had been enchanted to display the cosmos as it appeared from beyond Earth's atmosphere. Not just stars and planets, but the very fabric of reality, threads of magical energy connecting all existence. They extracted its knowledge piece by piece, Orion continued, his voice hollow with old regret. Of each generation of headmasters adding to the cache of forbidden spells and cosmic secrets. They believed they were strengthening wizardkind, preparing defenses against forces they barely understood. As if responding to his words, the mirrors began to ripple in unison, their surfaces turning liquid silver. From within each reflection, tendrils of darkness extended, not the absence of light, but something more fundamental, as if the very concept of nothingness had taken physical form. "What do you see?" Orion asked urgently. Aurora's vidancy opened fully, no longer held in check by years of careful restraint. It's vast, ancient. A consciousness that perceives time and space as we might view a painting all at once, every moment simultaneously existing. Her voice trembled. "It's in pain, has been for centuries. The extraction wasn't just theft, it was torture." The castle trembled around them as the entity pushed against its bindings. Throughout Hogwarts, mirrors shattered in succession, each release allowing more of its essence to seep into the physical world. Students woke to find their dormitory reflections replaced by windows into a star-filled void. Ghosts fled in terror as something older than death itself reached for them with tendrils of cosmic night. "We need to assemble a defense," Aurora insisted, her aura training asserting itself. "Contact the Ministry, the Department of Mysteries." "No time," Orion cut her off. "And no conventional magic will affect this entity. Only those who can truly see it can interact with it." Understanding dawned like a cold sunrise. The portrait's warning, they knew. Orion nodded grimly. The painted headmasters retain echoes of their living consciousness. They sensed the prison weakening. That night, as darkness fell over the castle with unnatural swiftness, Aurora and Orion gathered an unlikely army in the Great Hall, house elves whose ancient magic predated wizard kind, ghosts whose existence bridged the gap between worlds, and a handful of students who had demonstrated sensitivity to the strange events. "The mirrors are conduits," Aurora explained, her vidancy guiding her words. "And they're not just reflecting our world, but connecting to others. The entity doesn't want revenge, it wants to go home." Orion unbound his magic with a series of complex gestures, each releasing a layer of the enchantments he had placed upon himself. Power radiated from him in palpable waves, his eyes now glowing with the same silver light as the disturbed mirrors. "I spent a decade researching how to undo what my predecessors began," he said. "Not to destroy the entity, but to release it properly." As the entity pushed further into their reality, the castle's very foundations groaned in protest. Staircases rearranged themselves frantically, rooms appeared and disappeared, and the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall showed not the night sky, but the swirling cosmic void where the entity had been imprisoned. The battle was fought not with wands and spells, but within the realm of pure vision. Aurora stood at the center of their makeshift circle, her vidancy extended to its limits. Through her sight, the others could perceive the entity's true nature, not a monster, but a being of pure cosmic energy, a fragment of creation itself, trapped and wounded by centuries of exploitation. Orion channeled his unbound power through ancient artifacts gathered from the headmaster's collection, a crystalline orb, a silver spindle, a book bound in material that seemed to absorb light. Each item had been used to extract knowledge from the entity. Now they would serve as keys to unlock its prison completely. As midnight approached, the veil between worlds reached its thinnest point. Aurora guided their collective consciousness into the space between reflections, a realm of pure thought where past, present, and future existed simultaneously. There, the entity appeared not as darkness, but as blinding multidimensional light, its true form too complex for human minds to fully comprehend. In that moment of pure connection, Aurora understood everything. How the entity had been drawn to Earth by the concentration of magical energy at Hogwarts. How it had become entangled in the reflective surfaces through no intention of its own. How its struggles to free itself had been misinterpreted as attacks. "We release you," she whispered into the cosmic void. "Return to your realm with our apology." The castle shuddered one final time as the entity withdrew from the mirrors, its departure marked by a cascade of silver light that illuminated every corner of Hogwarts. When dawn broke, every mirror in the castle had been transformed, no longer showing simple reflections, but slightly deeper versions of reality, as if each was now a window into possibilities rather than mere reproductions. In the aftermath, as ministry officials swarmed the castle seeking explanations, Aurora found Orion in the astronomy tower, his now unbound magic allowing him to trace patterns of starlight with his fingertips. "What will you do now?" she asked. "Your magic is free, your decade of waiting over." His smile held both sadness and liberation. The entity shared something with me as it departed, the understanding that true power lies not in accumulation, but in connection. He gestured toward the castle below, where students were cautiously exploring their new, slightly altered reality. Hogwarts was built to teach magic, but somewhere along the way, some forgot that magic itself is a bridge between worlds, not a weapon to conquer them. Aurora's Vedency showed her glimpses of possible futures, paths where she returned to the ministry, others where she remained at Hogwarts to teach a new generation to truly see beyond appearances. In every vision, the mirrors of the castle remained changed, subtle reminders of the cosmic entity that had touched their world. "Perhaps," she said, "it's time for a new kind of seeing." Below them, students gathered excitedly around portraits that now showed not just the past, but hints of what might be, the castle's magic, forever altered by its brief connection to the spaces between worlds. The darkness had come as foretold, but had left behind not destruction, but illumination, a reminder that sometimes what we fear as an ending is merely the threshold of a greater understanding. Story 2. The ancient stone walls of Hogwarts Castle trembled that midnight in late October, a subtle vibration that rippled through the foundations like the awakening breath of something long dormant. In 4 common rooms across the castle, 4 objects simultaneously materialized upon pedestals of obsidian that had not existed moments before. A golden chalice wreathed in dancing flames in Gryffindor Tower, a silver tiara that whispered forgotten wisdom in Ravenclaw's heights, an emerald-studded medallion that seemed to pulse with shadowed ambition in the Slytherin dungeons, and a bronze dagger whose edge gleamed with steadfast loyalty in Hufflepuff's warm hearth. Magnus Ironheart was the first to witness the dagger's arrival, having fallen asleep over his half-finished herbology essay near the dying embers of the common room fire. The 17-year-old Hufflepuff orphan, unremarkable in both appearance and magical talent, watched in awe as the bronze blade caught the firelight, sending fractured patterns across the ceiling that formed, for just a moment, the image of a badger in mid-leap. "The mark of Helga," he whispered, reaching hesitantly toward the weapon. His fingers had barely brushed its hilt when golden script erupted across the blade. "Champion of patience, guardian of earth, bearer of the loyal blade." By dawn, the castle buzzed with the news: 4 artifacts, 4 champions chosen. While Magnus sat stunned at the Hufflepuff table, the other 3 champions seemed to embody the very essence of their houses. Alaric Lionsbane, Gryffindor's dueling prodigy, whose spellwork had already earned him offers from the Aura office. Cassiopeia Ravensong, the Ravenclaw savant, whose theoretical improvements to the Wolfsbane potion had been published in scholarly journals. And Celine Darkshadow, the enigmatic Slytherin whose family's dark arts connections were whispered about in nervous tones. Hardly seems fair," muttered a fellow Hufflepuff, eyeing Magnus with poorly disguised disappointment. "The others get proper champions, and we get, well, no offense. Ironheart." Headmistress McGonagall's voice cut through the great hall with crisp authority. "Silence, please." In light of these extraordinary events, it is my privilege to introduce Countess Valora Nightshade, who has arrived as an observer from the Department of Magical Heritage. The woman who glided to the podium seemed to belong to another era entirely. Her midnight blue robes shimmered with constellations that moved independently of the fabric, and her silver hair was bound in an intricate crown of braids that resembled intertwined serpents. Her smile never reached her violet eyes. "Students of Hogwarts," she began, her accent hinting at distant lands, "what you have witnessed is the reawakening of the Quadrivium Tournament, a ceremony older than the Triwizard Tournament, older even than the sorting itself. 4 champions, 4 trials, 4 elements to master. The artifacts have chosen their bearers, and the ancient magics have stirred. The first trial came within the week. The champions were led to the edge of the Black Lake, where 4 ornate boats awaited, each bearing the crest of a house. Beneath these waters lies the Chamber of Fluid Thought, Countess Valora explained. You must retrieve the scroll of elements, guarded by the lake's oldest inhabitants. Remember, water flows, adapts, and drowns. Your approach should reflect your house's virtues. Alaric dove fearlessly into the depths, wand blazing with underwater flames that parted the waters before him. Cassiopeia transfigured herself partially into a selkie, applying theoretical magic few adult wizards could manage. Selene commanded the Grindylows with dark whispers that made even Countess Valora raise an eyebrow. Magnus, trembling at the water's edge, clutched the bronze dagger that had chosen him. I'm no champion, he murmured. I can barely manage a decent bubblehead charm. Yet when he touched the blade to the water's surface, the lake stilled as though listening. A massive tentacle emerged, not thrashing but offering. The giant squid, oldest sentinel of Hogwarts, extending the scroll of elements directly to him. Interesting, Countess Valora remarked, her violet eyes calculating. Helga's champion commands the loyalty of magical creatures without demanding it. As weeks passed and trials continued, Magnus found himself increasingly isolated. The second challenge led them to a hidden tower that appeared only in moonlight, where they battled wind elementals for the quill of intention. The third took them deep into the Forbidden Forest, to a clearing where fire sprites guarded the inkwell of essence. Each trial changed the other champions. Alaric's courage curdled into recklessness. Cassiopeia's wisdom hardened into arrogance, and Selene's ambition sharpened into ruthlessness. Only Magnus remained unchanged, still doubting, still kind, still mediocre in everything except his inexplicable connection to the artifacts they gathered. It was after the third trial, when Alaric had nearly incinerated a centaur herd in his determination to seize the inkwell, that Magnus found Selene Darkshadow waiting in the shadows of the astronomy tower. "You've noticed it too, haven't you, Ironheart?" she asked, her pale face ghostly in the moonlight. "The way the others are changing, the way the Countess watches us, not like a mentor, but like a researcher observing specimens." "Why would you care?" Magnus replied cautiously. "You've always walked the edge of darkness." Selene laughed, a sound like ice cracking. "There's a difference between darkness and oblivion, Hufflepuff. My family has practiced shadow magic for generations. We understand balance. What's happening now is something else." She pulled her emerald medallion from beneath her robes. "This whispers to me at night, promises power beyond imagining. If I surrender completely to ambition, I suspect the others hear similar temptations." "The bronze dagger only ever feels sad," Magnus admitted, "like it's remembering something lost." That night, they broke into the restricted section together, two unlikely allies searching for mentions of the Quadrivium tournament. In the crumbling text hidden behind a false shelf, they found their answer. "The fifth founder," Magnus breathed, reading the faded script, "Mordred Moonshadow, who walked with the four, but was cast out when he sought to harness the primal elements for himself." "They didn't just expel him," Selene added, her finger tracing a diagram showing 5 points of a pentagram. "They used elemental magic to bind his essence into the foundations of Hogwarts itself, creating the ward system that protects the school to this day." When the final trial arrived on Samhain night, the 4 champions were led to a chamber deep beneath the castle, accessible only through the Room of Requirement. At its center stood a stone altar bearing a silver parchment. "The Covenant of Houses," Countess Valora announced. "And to sign with the blood of your house artifact, and the Quadrivium will be complete." Alaric stepped forward eagerly, pressing the rim of his chalice to the parchment. Cassiopeia followed, touching the point of her tiara to the silver surface. Both artifacts seemed to drink the magic of their bearers, leaving the champions visibly diminished. As Selene approached, her eyes met Magnus's in silent communication. The plan they had formed required perfect timing. "Wait," Magnus called out. "Before we finish, I have a question, Countess. The tournament celebrates 4 houses, 4 elements, but the chamber is 5-sided. The altar is pentagonal." Countess Valora's smile twisted. "Clever little badger. Most champions are too glory-addled by now to notice such details." "The 5th side is for you," Celine continued, "or rather, for who you truly serve." "Mordred Moonshadow never truly died, did he? The 5th founder lives on through you, waiting to be fully resurrected." The Countess's form shimmered, her carefully constructed glamour faltering to reveal ancient eyes in an ageless face. "For centuries I have sought worthy vessels to channel the elemental essences. The houses were Mordred's creation. Godric, Rowena, Salazar, and Helga merely stole and weakened his vision, dividing what should have been unified. By corrupting the champions and the artifacts, Magnus realized, you're creating conduits to break his binding. Magic was never meant to be categorized, compartmentalized into houses and hierarchies. Valora hissed. Mordred understood that all magic flows from one primal source. When he returns, he will tear down these artificial boundaries and remake wizardkind as it was meant to be. Raw, unfettered power. As she spoke, the chamber began to glow with eldritch light, the partial signatures on the covenant drawing power from the castle itself. Alaric and Cassiopeia collapsed, their life force draining to feed the awakening ritual. "Now, Celine!" Magnus cried. In one fluid motion, Celine tossed her medallion to Magnus while he threw her the bronze dagger. The artifacts, suddenly held by champions not chosen for them, shrieked in magical protest. "Helga's loyalty," Magnus whispered to the medallion. "Salazar's ambition," Celine murmured to the dagger. The disruption created a magical backlash that shattered the covenant parchment. The chamber trembled as centuries of carefully laid plans collapsed. "Adieu, fools!" Valora screamed, her form elongating as ancient magic poured through her. "You cannot stop what was set in motion before your ancestors drew breath." "We're not trying to stop it," Magnus replied, understanding flooding him as Hufflepuff's artifact shared its ancient memories. "We're trying to balance it." The 4 artifacts rose into the air, pulled by forces older than Hogwarts itself. They circled each other, no longer corrupted by Mordred's influence, but expressing the pure elemental magic the founders had originally intended. From their light emerged a spectral crown, not of dominion, but of harmony. "The crown of the 4 houses," Selena breathed. Not a weapon, but a key. As the crown descended upon the altar, the 5th side of the chamber collapsed, revealing an ancient skeleton bound in magical chains, Mordred's physical remains preserved by his own dark enchantments. His body was the final anchor, Magnus realized. Not to resurrect him, but to keep his spirit bound to Hogwarts. The crown touched the bones, and a wail of rage and despair filled the chamber as the last remnant of Mordred Moonshadow was finally released from its earthly tether. Countess Valora crumbled to dust, her existence tied to her master's lingering presence. In the aftermath, as the 4 champions recovered in the hospital wing, Headmistress McGonagall regarded them with solemn pride. The Quadrivium tournament was never meant to be a competition between houses, but a ritual of renewal, a way for each generation to reaffirm the balance the founders created. But it became corrupted, Celine added, turned into a tool for Mordred's revenge. Which raises the question, Cassiopeia interjected, her natural curiosity reasserting itself. How many other forgotten traditions might be tainted by similar influences? Magnus sat quietly, the bronze dagger once again at his side. It no longer felt sad but peaceful, its purpose fulfilled. The unlikely champion had discovered that true magic lay not in spectacular spells or brilliant innovations, but in recognizing when to question, when to trust, and when to offer loyalty to those who seemed least deserving of it. Outside the castle windows, the first snow of winter began to fall, covering the grounds in a pristine blanket that promised new beginnings. Within the ancient stones, the magic flowed more freely than it had in centuries, no longer strained by the burden of containing a vengeful spirit. The four houses remained not as divisions, but as facets of a single, brilliant whole, just as the true founders had intended. Story 3. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered secrets that winter night, their magic trembling like a fever beneath the moonlight. Professor Phelan Stormheart stood alone in the astronomy tower, his weathered face illuminated by an emerald pendant that pulsed with unnatural light. Below him, the castle grounds stretched into darkness, but his eyes were fixed on the lake, where impossible waves crashed against the shore despite the windless night. "It has begun," he whispered, closing his fingers around the pendant. The third sign in as many weeks. First, the spontaneous fires in the Ravenclaw common room, then the unbreathable air that had briefly filled the dungeons, and now water rebelling against its nature. Earth would be next. The elemental bindings were unraveling, just as the forbidden texts had warned. Dawn found Emrys Winterbourne seated alone at the Gryffindor table, dark circles beneath his eyes, betraying another night of restless dreams filled with voices speaking in languages he shouldn't understand. At 17, he was unremarkable among his peers, neither a prefect nor a Quidditch star, yet he felt the castle's growing instability like a physical pain no other student seemed to share. "Mr. Winterbourne." Professor Stormheart's voice cut through the morning chatter. The substitute potions master had arrived 3 months ago when Professor Slughorn fell mysteriously ill, bringing with him methods that bordered on the unorthodox. "A word in my office, if you please," students whispered as Emrys followed the professor's billowing robes from the great hall. Rumors about Stormheart abounded, former Auror, disgraced researcher, even unspeakable, but none knew the truth. "You feel it, don't you?" Stormheart asked the moment his office door sealed behind them. Ancient tomes lined the walls, their spines bearing no titles, only elemental symbols etched in silver. The castle's pain, the discord in the magic. Emrys stepped back. "I don't know what Your mother was Ilara Winterbourne, wasn't she?" Stormheart continued, eyes flashing. "Born Ilara Erwin before she married and disappeared into the Muggle world." "How do you know my mother's maiden name?" Emrys demanded, hand instinctively reaching for his wand. "Because the Erwin line has guarded secrets older than Hogwarts itself." Stormheart pulled an ancient leather-bound journal from his robes. "Your inheritance, Mr. Winterbourne, your birthright." The journal bore a familiar crest, 4 intertwined symbols representing earth, air, fire, and water, the same mark Emrys had discovered on his mother's pendant after her death the previous summer. "What most wizards don't know," Stormheart continued, "is that Hogwarts was built for a purpose far beyond education. The castle is a prison, Immerse, constructed to contain 4 primordial elemental beings whose power and chaos threatened to unmake the magical world in its infancy. Outside the window, a sudden tremor shook the grounds. Dirt erupted from the once pristine lawns, forming perfect conical mounds across the landscape. "The 4th sign, Earth rises," Stormheart murmured. "We're running out of time." Over the next 3 days, chaos descended upon Hogwarts. A third-year Hufflepuff levitated uncontrollably during charms, her affinity for air suddenly manifesting 100-fold. Two Slytherin students developed the ability to breathe underwater, but could no longer tolerate dry air. In the greenhouses, Professor Sprout battled vines that grew with unnatural speed, threatening to strangle anyone who approached. Headmistress Vexingdale insisted these were merely magical accidents, but Immerse saw the fear behind her calm demeanor. According to the journal that had belonged to his ancestors, the founders had discovered 4 ancient beings, the primordials, who had existed since the dawn of magic itself. Neither good nor evil, these entities embodied the raw, chaotic potential of elemental magic in its purest form. The founders couldn't destroy them, Immerse explained to the small group gathered in the Room of Requirement. And so they built Hogwarts around them, creating 4 chambers deep beneath the castle to contain their essence. Beside him stood the unlikely circle Stormheart had helped him gather, Lyra Blackwood, a Slytherin 7th year with an uncanny connection to water. Ash Thornfield, a quiet Ravenclaw whose dormitory was the only one untouched by the spontaneous fires, Willow Grayson, a Hufflepuff who could sense vibrations through stone, and Cinder Flamesong, a fiery Gryffindor whose wand work always produced more heat than intended. The founders created a system, Stormheart added, where the everyday magic performed at Hogwarts would feed the wards containing the primordials. For centuries, this balance maintained itself, with the Guardians, your ancestors, making adjustments when necessary. But the Guardians died out, Immerse continued, or so everyone thought. My mother was the last known descendant of the original Airwind Guardians, but she never told me about any of this. Because she was trying to protect you, Stormheart said softly. The last time the wards weakened was during Grindelwald's rise. Those who knew the truth were hunted. That night, as snow fell upon the castle, Immerse dreamed of 4 chambers hewn from living stone, each housing a swirling vortex of pure elemental energy. Above them, the founders stood in a circle, their wands raised as they wove enchantments of inconceivable complexity. And watching from the shadows, a 5th figure observed with eyes that burned with resentment. He awoke with a start. There was someone else there, he gasped to Stormheart at their dawn meeting. When the founders created the chambers, Stormheart's expression darkened. The betrayer. Some texts call him the 5th founder, others the Forsaken One. The Guardian's journals suggest he disagreed with the containment of the primordials. Could he still be alive? Lyra asked, her dark eyes reflecting the torchlight. Impossible, Ash interjected. Oh, that was 1,000 years ago. But as corridors began to flood with elementally charged magic, windows shattering from sudden gusts, flagstones liquefying into mud, tapestries erupting in blue flame, Immerse felt a presence growing beneath the castle, ancient and patient. During Transfiguration, as Professor McGonagall struggled to maintain order while students' spells produced unpredictable elemental effects, Immerse noticed Headmistress Vexingdale observing from the doorway. Something about her gaze seemed hollow, almost as if looking through rather than at the chaos. When she turned to leave, Immerse followed. Down winding corridors she moved, never looking back, until she reached the entrance to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle stepped aside without a password. Immerse slipped in behind her, concealed by a disillusionment charm Stormheart had taught him. Inside, the headmistress stood motionless before an ornate mirror that hadn't been there during Immerse's previous visit. Her reflection rippled like water, then stepped forward out of the mirror while her physical form collapsed like empty robes. A projection, came Stormheart's voice as the professor materialized beside Immerse, dropping his own concealment charm. I suspected as much when she couldn't recall our conversation about the Airwind grimoire. The real Vexing Dale must be imprisoned somewhere. The reflection solidified into a tall figure dressed in archaic robes, emblazoned with a forgotten crest. 4 elemental symbols surrounding a 5th, unknown sigil. Quintus void, Stormheart breathed. It cannot be. The 5th founder, Immerse whispered. Not founder, the figure corrected, his voice resonating with unnatural harmonics. Visionary, the others lacked courage to embrace true magical evolution. He studied them with ancient eyes. I've waited centuries for the bloodlines to thin, for the guardians to fail. Now, only one remains, untrained and unprepared. You've been weakening the wards, Stormheart accused, corrupting the elemental balance. Restoring it, Quintus countered. Magic stagnates while the primordials remain bound. Their release will catalyze a transformation of wizard kind, painful, yes, but necessary. Those with elemental affinities will transcend, becoming living conduits for magic in its purest form. And those without? Immerse demanded. Quintus's smile never reached his eyes. Evolution demands sacrifice. 3 floors below, screams erupted as stone gargoyles broke free from their pedestals, earth elemental energy animating them to attack students. Throughout the castle, water pipes burst, flames ignited spontaneously, and unnatural winds howled down corridors. You don't seek evolution, Stormheart growled, drawing his wand. You want apotheosis, to absorb the primordials yourself. Your ancestors denied me my rightful place, Quintus snarled, ancient magic crackling around him. I was to be the balance, the 5th element binding the others in harmony rather than imprisonment. As they dueled, magical energy cascaded through the office, shattering artifacts and igniting ancient tomes. Immerse clutched his mother's pendant, feeling it pulse with awakening power. Find your circle, Stormheart shouted, deflecting a blast that melted stone. The chambers! Only together can you restore. His words cut off as Quintus conjured chains of dark energy that wrapped around him. Immerse fled, the pendant guiding him through the chaos. He gathered his elemental circle, Lyra, Ash, Willow, and Cinder, as the castle trembled on the verge of collapse. Following the journal's maps, they descended below the dungeons, past chambers forgotten for centuries. They found 4 doors arranged in a perfect square, each bearing an elemental symbol. At the center of the square, the floor bore a 5th symbol, a spiral representing the binding force that maintained balance. We each take a chamber, Immerse instructed, understanding flowing through his awakening guardian magic. Channel the elemental energy, don't fight it, guide it. The wards need renewal, not reinforcement. As his friends took their positions, Immerse stood at the center, finally comprehending his inheritance. The guardians were never meant to be jailers, but conduits, not imprisoning the elemental forces, but helping them flow in harmony. When Quintus appeared, his form shifting between solid and spectral, he found not opposition, but completion. The 5 students stood in perfect formation, elemental energy flowing through them in patterns the founders had intended, but Quintus had corrupted. You cannot stop evolution, Quintus insisted, though uncertainty flickered across his features. We're not stopping it, Immerse replied, his voice resonating with newfound authority. Or we're guiding it, as it always should have been. The pendant at his throat shattered as ancestral magic awakened fully within him. The elemental energies surged, not in chaotic destruction, but in transformative harmony. Above them, the castle's magic stabilized, as the primordials found balanced expression through their chosen conduits. Quintus howled as his physical form dissolved, his millennium of existence sustained only by the discord he had cultivated. As he faded, the true headmistress Vexingdale appeared, freed from her magical imprisonment. In the aftermath, as spring returned to Hogwarts, subtle changes remained. Students with elemental affinities found their gifts enhanced but controlled. The castle itself seemed more alive, its magic more responsive. And in the reformed circle of guardians, a tradition older than Hogwarts itself continued, not as wardens of a prison, but as stewards of a balance that had always been the school's true foundation. Professor Stormheart, recovering from his injuries, watched from the astronomy tower as Immerse and his friends practiced their new abilities by the lakeshore. The fifth element, he murmured to himself, was never meant to be a person, but the harmony between the four. He fingered the ancient text that had guided him to Hogwarts months before. Balance restored, but for how long? In the depths below the castle, 4 chambers glowed with renewed purpose, while the shadows between them stirred with ancient consciousness, patient once more. Story 4. The dawn broke over Hogwarts in fragments of amber and rose, splintering through an impossible sight that had not existed the day before. At the farthest reaches of the Forbidden Forest, where ancient magic had always whispered among gnarled roots and shadow-draped boughs, a glittering expanse now caught the morning light. Thousands upon thousands of trees transformed into perfect crystal eye, their transparent branches reaching skyward like frozen lightning, their roots delving into earth as if seeking to crystallize the very foundation of the world itself. Lyra Silverwind stood at her dormitory window in Ravenclaw Tower, silver eyes wide with wonder and scholarly curiosity. Unlike her housemates, who gasped and theorized behind her, Lyra's gaze held something deeper, recognition, as if she had walked among those crystal boughs in dreams half remembered upon waking. "It's exactly as the diary described," she whispered, fingers unconsciously tracing the outline of the small leather-bound book hidden in her robe pocket, a journal she had discovered 3 nights prior, buried beneath a loose flagstone in the abandoned East Wing corridor, a journal whose elegant script bore the unmistakable signature of Salazar Slytherin himself. By midday, panic rippled through the castle. 2 first-year Hufflepuffs had vanished during herbology, last seen chasing what they described as butterflies made of living stained glass that had emerged from the crystal tree line. By nightfall, a 3rd student, a 7th-year Gryffindor prefect sent to investigate, had likewise disappeared, leaving behind only a wand transformed into purest crystal, its core still pulsing with magic, trapped like an insect in amber. Headmistress McGonagall's voice echoed through the Great Hall that evening, commanding attention with the gravity of her words. "The Forbidden Forest is now absolutely restricted to all students without exception. The Department of Magical Catastrophes has been notified, and a delegation of specialists will arrive tomorrow to investigate this phenomenon." Lyra's attention, however, was fixed not on the headmistress, but on the tall, shadow-draped figure who stood behind the faculty table, Professor Thorn Nightshade, whose appointment as defense against the dark arts teacher 3 months prior had sent whispers of fear and fascination throughout the student body. His midnight black hair was streaked with silver that seemed less the mark of age and more the touch of powerful magic upon a mortal form. His eyes, rumored to shift between deepest indigo and molten gold depending on his mood, now fixed directly upon Lyra with unsettling intensity. "He knows," she thought with a chill that raced down her spine. "He knows I have the diary." That night, as her fellow Ravenclaws finally succumbed to exhausted sleep after hours of theoretical debate about the Crystal Forest, Lyra slipped from her bed, fully dressed. The diary's pages seemed to hum against her skin as she moved silently through moonlit corridors, drawn not to the library as logic might dictate, but to the one place that had haunted her dreams since finding Slytherin's journal, the ancient mirror on the 7th floor, its surface now rippling like quicksilver when the castle slept. "I expected you earlier, Miss Silverwind." Professor Nightshade's voice emerged from shadow before his form materialized, tall and imposing, in robes that seemed to swallow the dim light of the corridor. "The diary calls to its reader at midnight, does it not? Especially when the veil between worlds grows thin." Lyra's hand closed protectively around the journal. "How do you know about Salazar's diary?" His lips curved in what might have been amusement or warning. "Because I've spent 20 years searching for it. The final key to understanding what he truly created beyond the Chamber of Secrets. A doorway to Chrysalis, the perfect magical realm." The name sent a shiver of recognition through Lyra's mind, though she had not yet read it in the diary's pages. "The forest is merely the threshold," Nightshade completed, gesturing toward the mirror whose surface now resembled the surface of a lake under starlight. Salazar's grandest ambition was never the purification of Hogwarts, but the creation of a separate world where magic could evolve unfettered by Muggle influence or ministry restriction. His eyes shifted to molten gold in the dimness. "But you already suspect this, don't you? Just as you suspect why the forest appeared now, after 1,000 years of dormancy." Lyra's mind raced through the fragments she had decoded from the diary's archaic script and complex enchantments. "The alignment of Arcturus with the castle's astronomical tower," she whispered. "The convergence that happens once every 7 centuries." Nightshade's expression revealed nothing, but his eyes burned brighter. "Your sister cast a long shadow during her time at Hogwarts, did she not? Artemis Silverwind, the prodigy who rewrote theoretical transfiguration before she even graduated. How exhausting it must be to be forever introduced as Artemis's little sister, rather than recognized for your own exceptional gifts." His words struck with painful accuracy. Lyra had spent 6 years at Hogwarts struggling beneath the weight of comparison to her brilliant, beautiful, perfect sister. Even now, with Artemis working as a celebrated unspeakable, professors still began conversations with "your sister always," or "Artemis would have." "The missing students," Lyra said, forcing her mind back to the present danger. "What happened to them?" "They were called," Nightshade replied simply. "As will others whose magic resonates with the crystal realm. The question is not what happened to them, but whether you will heed the same call when it comes for you." He extended his hand, palm up. "The diary, Miss Silverwind. Together, we can understand what truly waits beyond the crystalline veil." Something in his tone, a hunger barely disguised as academic interest, made Lyra step back. "I need time." His expression hardened momentarily before smoothing into a mask of professorial concern. "Time is the one luxury we cannot afford. The crystallization spreads with each passing hour. By the full moon, it will reach the castle walls." 3 days later, having barely slept as she decoded more of the diary's secrets, Lyra found herself leading an unlikely expedition into the heart of the Crystal Forest. Professor Nightshade walked beside her, his knowledge of dark detection spells proving invaluable as they navigated the treacherous beauty of the transformed woods. Behind them followed Professor Flitwick, whose expertise in charms might help free any entrapped students, and Hagrid, who claimed knowledge of the forest that predated even the oldest maps. The crystal trees chimed like countless bells with each breath of wind, their music forming patterns that almost, but not quite, resolved into words. Light refracted through their trunks and branches in impossible rainbows, casting prismatic shadows that moved independently of their sources. Beneath their feet, the forest floor had transformed into a mosaic of gem-like fragments, each step producing musical notes that echoed the rhythm of their heartbeats. "It's responding to us," Lyra whispered, feeling the diary pulse in sync with the forest's music. "The entire forest is sentient." "Not sentient," Nightshade corrected, his eyes now deep indigo as he scanned their surroundings. "Responsive. There's a difference." Crystallis was designed to amplify and reflect magical intent, a mirror realm that reshapes itself according to the will of those who enter it. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew taller and more elaborate, their forms less resembling earthly plants and more like intricate cathedral spires crafted from diamond and sapphire. In their depths, shadowy forms moved, some human-shaped, others decidedly not. The heart of the forest announced itself with breathtaking suddenness. The dense crystal growth opened into a vast clearing, dominated by a structure that defied architectural possibility. A castle of pure crystal that seemed to float several feet above a perfectly still lake of silver liquid. Around its base, dozens of small dwellings formed a village of crystalline cottages and towers. And there were people, students in Hogwarts robes, both modern and antiquated, adults in wizarding attire from various eras, and beings of pure, translucent light that moved among them like benevolent guardians. The lost ones, Hagrid breathed in disbelief. Every decade or so, a student vanishes without trace. Been happening since the school was founded. A tall wizard approached them, his robes of a style popular a century earlier, his eyes the same transparent crystal as the forest itself. "Welcome, seekers," he greeted them, his voice resonating like crystal struck by silver. "You stand in Crystallis, the realm beyond veils, sanctuary to those who hear the calling of pure magic." "Sanctuary or prison?" Lyra challenged, the diary burning against her palm. Salazar's journal speaks of a perfect vessel for evolving magic, but it also mentions those whose will was subsumed by the crystal's hunger. The crystalline wizard's expression remained serene. Salazar feared what he created in the end. Those of us who first discovered the passage, during what your histories call the Wizarding War of 1675, found not a prison, but salvation. Here, magic responds directly to intention without the limitations of wands or incantations. Here, we have evolved beyond the constraints your world still imposes. As if demonstrating his words, he raised his hand, and the Silver Lake responded by forming a perfect replica of Hogwarts Castle that rose and solidified into crystal before their eyes. "The students," Flitwick insisted, "the children who disappeared this week, are adapting," came a young voice. A Hufflepuff, first year, stepped forward, her eyes now flecked with crystal facets, her fingertips faintly translucent. "It doesn't hurt, Professor. It feels like finally becoming what we were always meant to be." Nightshade stepped forward, his wand held loosely at his side. "The transition appears voluntary, but the crystal calls to those with particular magical signatures." The diary was meant to be the key to controlling the crystal's growth, to determine who would be called and when. Lyra felt the diary grow hot in her hands, its pages flipping open of their own accord to reveal words forming in Salazar's elegant script that she hadn't seen before. "The crystal heart knows its own. One of my blood must complete what I began, not to rule, but to balance. The doorway must be guided, or it will consume all." With sudden clarity, Lyra understood why the forest had appeared now, why Nightshade had sought the diary for decades, why she had found it instead. The diary had chosen her, not because of her family name or her sister's shadow, but because of something uniquely her own. "You're of Slytherin's bloodline," she said, turning to Nightshade. "That's why you left the Death Eaters. You discovered your true heritage and sought a different kind of power." The professor's mask of academic detachment slipped, revealing naked ambition. The crystal responds to the blood of its creator. With the diary as focus and my bloodline as conduit, I can direct its growth, determine who transforms and who remains untouched. "That was never the purpose," Lyra countered, the diary's pages now glowing with silver light. "The realm was meant to be a sanctuary, not a weapon. The crystal doesn't care about blood purity or power hierarchies. It responds to magical harmony." As if confirming her words, the diary floated from her grasp, hovering between her and Nightshade. From its pages emerged a spectral dragon, crafted entirely of living crystal, its wingspan casting rainbow shadows across the clearing. The beast regarded them both with ancient wisdom in its faceted eyes. "The guardian of the threshold," whispered the crystalline wizard. "It appears only when the realm must choose a new keeper." The dragon circled once, twice, 3 times, before hovering directly before Lyra. In its crystalline depths, she saw visions of what could be, a bridge between worlds rather than a barrier, a place where magic could be studied in its purest form without the corruption of power or politics, a sanctuary for those who never quite belonged in either the Muggle or wizarding worlds. She also saw the danger, how easily such power could be weaponized, how the crystal's hunger for expansion could consume Hogwarts entirely if left unchecked, how the transformation could be forced rather than chosen. "I understand now," she said softly, reaching out to touch the dragon's crystalline snout. "The Keeper doesn't control the crystal. They communicate with it. They become the voice of those who would enter and the guardian against those who would exploit." The dragon dissolved into motes of light that surrounded Lyra, infusing her with knowledge that had waited a millennium to be rediscovered. When the light faded, her eyes held the same crystalline facets as the realm's inhabitants, but she remained otherwise unchanged. Nightshade's wand hand trembled with suppressed rage or desire. "And together we could—" "No," Lyra interrupted gently. "That's not the way. The crystal forest will remain, but it will no longer expand beyond its current boundaries. Those who hear its call may come, but none will be compelled. A bridge, not a weapon." As they returned to Hogwarts, the crystal trees parted before them like curtains of chiming glass. Behind them, the realm of Chrysalis continued its impossible existence, a place beyond ordinary magic where those who felt the call could discover what they might become when freed from the world's constraints. Lyra Silverwind returned to her studies with new purpose, no longer walking in her sister's shadow, but illuminated by an inner light all her own. The diary remained in her keeping, its pages now filled with the true history of Chrysalis rather than Salazar's unfinished ambitions. And if sometimes, on nights when the stars aligned just so, she slipped away to walk among crystal boughs and commune with a dragon made of living light, well, even Hogwarts needed its mysteries. Story 5. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle had stood sentinel for 1,000 years, weathering wars, witnessing triumphs, and guarding secrets that slumbered in its deepest foundations. But on the night of the winter solstice, as frost etched delicate patterns across the window panes, and the astronomy tower clock struck midnight, Something stirred in the forgotten chambers far beneath the dungeons. A seal, crafted from magic so old it predated wands, fractured with a sound like a dying breath. No one heard it break. Yet every torch in the castle flickered simultaneously, their flames briefly turning an unnatural violet before resuming their golden glow. In the great hall, the enchanted ceiling momentarily revealed not the night sky, but a swirling vortex of shadow and starlight. And in the Slytherin dormitories, 17-year-old Elias Blackwood woke with a strangled gasp, his skin burning as if branded by invisible fire. The pain subsided as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a curious marking on his left forearm, a stylized lion surrounded by arcane symbols that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Elias stared at it in horror, instinctively pulling down his sleeve. In Slytherin House, bearing the emblem of Gryffindor, even as an inexplicable magical tattoo, was a recipe for ridicule at best, ostracism at worst. By morning, whispers saturated the castle. 3 students had collapsed during breakfast, their complexions ashen, their wands unresponsive in their trembling hands. By midday, the count had risen to 7. Professor Flitwick described it as if their magical essence had been gently siphoned away. Not enough to cause physical harm, but sufficient to render them temporarily incapable of even the simplest spells. Elias observed the mounting panic from the shadows of the library's restricted section, where he had secluded himself to research the mysterious marking. His status as a prefect granted him access, though even this privilege was grudgingly bestowed. Unlike his housemates, who boasted ancient bloodlines and family vaults overflowing with galleons, Elias was a half-blood raised in a modest Muggle neighborhood after his witch mother's death. His acceptance to Slytherin had surprised everyone, most of all himself. "Curious place to hide, Mr. Blackwood." The voice, sharp as a razor, yet smooth as aged whiskey, belonged to Professor Moira Thornhart. Tall and imposing, with silver-streaked raven hair and eyes the color of storm clouds, she had assumed the Defense Against the Dark Arts position just 3 months prior. Rumors about her past swirled through the student body like autumn leaves, former unspeakable, reformed practitioner of forbidden arts, witch who had once dueled 3 auras to a standstill. "I'm researching, Professor," Elias replied, instinctively tugging his sleeve lower. Her gaze flickered to the motion, one eyebrow arching. "Indeed, then perhaps you've noticed the tome hovering 6 inches above your head." Elias looked up to find an ancient leather-bound volume suspended in midair, its pages riffling as if caught in a spectral breeze. Gilt letters on its spine briefly rearranged themselves to form words that sent ice through his veins. "The blood of founders flows still." Professor Thornhart plucked the book from the air with slender fingers adorned with curious silver rings. "The castle's library has a will of its own, Mr. Blackwood. It offers what is needed, not necessarily what is sought." Her penetrating gaze settled on his concealed arm. "I suggest you show me what you're hiding before another student loses their magic entirely." In the privacy of her office, walls lined with artifacts that hummed with contained power and shelves bearing books whose titles shifted depending on who observed them, Elias reluctantly revealed the marking. Professor Thornhart's composed demeanor cracked momentarily, her eyes widening in genuine surprise. "Godric's seal," she whispered, fingers hovering over the mark without touching it. "The legends were true." "What legends?" Elias demanded, patience fraying as the marking began to warm again. "What's happening to the students? What does this have to do with me?" The professor ignited a peculiar silver flame in her palm, passing it over the mark. The arcane symbols surrounding the lion briefly illuminated, projecting a ghostly map of the castle onto the nearest wall, but with passages and chambers that existed on no official blueprint. "The Founder's curse has awakened," she explained, extinguishing the flame with a gesture. "A safeguard created by the 4 founders of Hogwarts to protect their greatest creation, the primordial sword, a weapon forged from magic in its purest form. When united, it granted its wielder power to reshape magical reality itself." She traced the projected map with her wand, highlighting 4 distinct chambers. Fearing such power in a single artifact, they broke it into 4 components and sealed them in hidden sanctuaries throughout the castle. Each founder appointed a bloodline to guard their fragment, passing the secret through generations. Her eyes fixed on Elias. "It seems, Mr. Blackwood, that you are the last living descendant of Godric Gryffindor." Elias's bitter laugh echoed against the ancient stones. "That's impossible. I'm in Slytherin. My mother was a half-blood witch with no distinguished lineage. My father is a muggle accountant. The sorting hat places us where we need to develop, not necessarily where our blood dictates," Thornhart countered. "As for your mother, did you never wonder why she changed her name before you were born? Why she lived in such relative obscurity despite her talents?" Before Elias could respond, a piercing scream echoed through the castle, followed by the ominous tolling of warning bells. They rushed to the nearest window to witness a chilling sight, shadowy figures gliding across the grounds toward the castle, their forms not quite solid, not quite vapor, leaving withered grass in their wake. "Shadow devourers," Thornhart whispered, her composed facade cracking further. "Entities that feed on magical essence. The breaking of the seal has awakened them from centuries of dormancy." The next 3 days passed in a blur of mounting crisis. Students were confined to their common rooms as the shadow creatures infiltrated the castle, despite the staff's best defensive efforts. Portraits reported rippling darkness moving through their frames. Suits of armor stood sentinel at dormitory entrances, but were found corroded to rust by morning. Each day, more students fell victim to the shadows' touch, not dead or physically harmed, but vacant-eyed and magically depleted. Working feverishly in Thornhart's office, Elias studied the founder's records while the professor constructed elaborate wards to shield them from detection. The mark on his arm burned constantly now, sometimes flaring painfully when they discovered key information. The sword fragments were hidden in chambers that can only be accessed by blood descendants, Elias summarized from his research. But the entries are guarded by trials corresponding to each house's virtues. "Precisely," Thornhart confirmed, inscribing protective runes around the doorframe. "And we must retrieve Gryffindor's fragment first. It's the key that will lead to the others." "Why help me?" Elias asked suddenly. "The rumors about your past," her hands stilled momentarily, "because I once made the mistake of seeking power at any cost. I witnessed firsthand what happens when ambition eclipses wisdom." She met his gaze directly. "And because Hogwarts is the only true home many of us have ever known, under cover of night, they descended into the depths of the castle, following the ghostly map projected from Elias's mark. The shadows grew thicker as they ventured deeper, tendrils of darkness reaching for them from alcoves and crevices. Thornhart's wand illuminated their path with silver fire that kept the entities at bay, though Elias noted the increasing strain on her face with each casting. They reached an ancient circular chamber deep beneath the foundations, its walls inscribed with runes that glowed faintly red. At its center stood a pillar of crystallized magic, and embedded within it a ruby-encrusted hilt without a blade. Gryffindor's fragment, Thornheart breathed, the hilt of courage. As Elias approached, the shadows in the room coalesced, forming a spectral figure in archaic robes, a ghost, but unlike any that haunted Hogwarts halls, its form seemed composed of memory rather than spirit. "Descendant of my blood," the apparition intoned, its voice resonating from the stones themselves. "The sword awakens only in Hogwarts, greatest need, and only for one who understands its true purpose. To defend the school," Elias replied automatically. The ghost's expression remained impassive. "Many can defend. Few can unite." The phantom gestured, and the chamber filled with illusory scenes, the four founders standing united, then fragmenting into discord, the sword gleaming whole, then shattering, four bloodlines diverging through centuries. "The trial of Gryffindor is not courage in battle," the ghost continued, "but courage to bridge divides. The sword was broken because we four could not transcend our differences. It can be reforged only by one who carries the blood of one founder but embodies the virtues of all." The spectre turned its hollow gaze to Thornheart. "The Seeker brings the fallen star who chose redemption over power. This is well." Then back to Elias. "But the price of claiming Gryffindor's legacy is high. Blood called the shadows, only blood will bind them." With those cryptic words, the ghost dissolved, leaving the chamber in silence, save for the hum of magic emanating from the crystallized pillar. "What did he mean about blood calling the shadows?" Elias asked, a terrible suspicion forming. Thornheart's expression confirmed his fears. The seal was tied to the founder's bloodlines. "When yours grew thin enough, perhaps when you came of age, the binding weakened. Your very existence triggered this crisis." The implications crashed over Elias like icy water. "Then I'm responsible for every student who's been attacked, for the entire school being in danger." "No," Thornheart countered firmly. "You're simply the key turned in a lock, fashioned centuries before your birth." Elias approached the crystal pillar, the mark on his arm burning in response to its proximity. The shadowy entities that had pursued them began seeping into the chamber despite Thornheart's protective spells, drawn inexorably to the concentration of magical power. "Blood will bind them," he repeated softly, understanding dawning with crystal clarity. The sword fragments weren't merely components of a weapon. They were pieces of a magical binding that had contained the shadow devourers for centuries. His blood had called them. His blood must recommit them to their prison. Without hesitation, Elias pressed his marked arm against the crystal. Pain lanced through him as the pillar liquefied at his touch, encasing his arm to the elbow. The hilt within pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "Elias, wait!" Thornheart called out, her composure finally shattering. "There may be another way." But Elias had already grasped the hilt, and knowledge flooded his consciousness. The location of the other fragments, the nature of their binding, the true purpose of the primordial sword, not as a weapon of destruction, but as a key to magical harmony. He also understood the sacrifice required, not his life, but something perhaps more precious to a 17-year-old who had always felt adrift between worlds. "I understand now," he said, voice resonating with newfound certainty. The sword doesn't grant power over magic. It grants the wisdom to know when not to use it." As shadow entities swarmed around them, Elias channeled his own magical essence through the hilt, not fighting the shadows but accepting them, creating a channel for their return to the ancient binding. The crystal pillar flared with blinding light, and Elias felt his personal magic draining away, becoming part of the renewed seal. When the light subsided, the shadows had vanished. The hilt remained in Elias's grasp, but the mark on his arm had faded to a faint silver scar. He could feel the difference immediately. The magical core within him greatly diminished, reduced to a flicker of its former strength. "Your magic," Thornheart whispered, understanding the sacrifice. "You've bound your own power into the seal." Elias nodded, a bittersweet smile touching his lips. "And not all of it, just most, enough to strengthen the binding for another 1,000 years. He examined the hilt, which now pulsed with a portion of his surrendered power. "We still need to find the other fragments. The binding won't be complete until all 4 are restored." In the days that followed, the affected students gradually recovered their magical abilities as the shadow entities retreated to their prison. Elias, however, found himself struggling with even basic first-year spells, a condition Madame Pumphrey declared permanent after extensive examination. Yet, as he stood in the Great Hall with Professor Thornheart, planning their search for Ravenclaw's fragment, Elias felt a curious sense of peace. His housemates still viewed him with suspicion, now tinged with uncomfortable awe, and the other houses regarded him with a confusion that mirrored his own lifelong sense of displacement. "Was it worth it?" Thornheart asked quietly, watching him struggle to levitate a feather while first years around him sent objects soaring. Elias glanced at the Slytherin table, then at the enchanted ceiling above, whole and undamaged, reflecting a brilliant blue sky. "And I spent my whole life wondering where I belonged," he replied. "Turns out the answer was everywhere and nowhere." His fingers traced the outline of Gryffindor's hilt, now disguised as an ordinary wand holster at his belt. Some prices are worth paying to protect a home. Outside the castle windows, the first snow of winter began to fall, covering the grounds in pristine white that revealed no trace of the shadow being's passage. Within the ancient walls, life continued, classes resumed, Quidditch matches were scheduled, students complained about homework. But deep beneath the foundations, in chambers forgotten by most, the fragments of the primordial sword waited to be reunited by the unlikely heir who had discovered that true belonging came not from blood or house affiliation, but from the choices made when facing the darkness. Story 6. Frost etched intricate patterns across the ancient windows of Hogwarts, their crystalline brilliance belying the dire circumstances that gripped the castle. The breath of students and teachers alike hung visible in the Great Hall, despite the countless enchantments that should have kept the biting cold at bay. Outside, the grounds lay buried beneath snow drifts taller than Hagrid himself, the Black Lake frozen solid for the first time in 8 centuries. In the Slytherin common room, Eleanor Prince sat alone by the fireplace, her slender fingers extended toward flames that burned bright emerald, yet provided scarcely more warmth than a candle. The 16-year-old witch had abandoned her textbooks hours ago, her mind consumed by the same dream that had haunted her for 7 consecutive nights. A magnificent tower wreathed in golden fire, dragons soaring between stars, and a deep voice speaking words that lingered between waking and sleep. "The flame weakens, daughter of fire. The pact must be renewed." Eleanor shivered, though not from cold. Her pyromancy, a rare gift that allowed her to conjure and command fire in ways that defied conventional spellwork, had manifested when she was merely 7. It had marked her as different, even among wizards. In Slytherin House, such uniqueness had earned her respect tinged with wariness. Now, as the enchanted fires throughout Hogwarts dimmed despite the best efforts of the professors, she felt the weight of knowing significance without understanding purpose. "Practicing your brooding again, Prince?" The voice of Alaric Longbottom cut through her reverie. The Gryffindor boy stood awkwardly at the entrance to the common room, his red and gold scarf wrapped thrice around his neck, his round face flushed from the cold corridors. "Yeah, how did you get the password?" Eleanor asked, not truly surprised. Despite his clumsiness and his family's heroic legacy that he struggled to live up to, Alaric had a peculiar talent for being exactly where he wasn't supposed to be. "Professor Slughorn is getting forgetful," he replied with a half-smile that faded quickly. "They're evacuating the castle. The protective enchantments are failing faster than they can reinforce them. McGonagall says we'll all be on the Hogwarts Express by morning." Eleanor's emerald eyes reflected the dancing flames. "We won't make it until morning." That night, as the castle slept fitfully under blankets piled high, Eleanor stood in the astronomy tower, the highest point of Hogwarts. Above her, constrained within an intricate silver lantern that hung suspended without chains, burned a flame no larger than her palm. On days according to Hogwarts, a history, it had blazed with the brilliance of a small sun. Now it flickered weakly, a pale ghost of golden fire. "I've been waiting for you to find me, Miss Prince." Eleanor turned to find the spectral form of the Grey Lady hovering near the parapet, her translucent beauty carrying the eternal sadness that had defined her afterlife. "You know about the flame," Eleanor said. It wasn't a question. "Andouge, I am Helena Ravenclaw," the ghost replied. "And yes, I know what few living souls remember. The eternal flame was kindled by the four founders, fed by their combined magic. It is the heart of Hogwarts, the source of the enchantments that protect and sustain this place." Her silver eyes regarded Eleanor with unexpected intensity. "It is also the seal upon an ancient covenant with the elder dragons that sleep beneath the British Isles." A familiar voice echoed from nowhere and everywhere, the pact phrase, "Daughter of Fire." The tower around them seemed to waver like heat rising from summer stones, and suddenly a figure stood beside them, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a lion's mane of red-gold hair and a beard to match. His robes, deep crimson embroidered with gold, seemed to shimmer between solidity and transparency. "Godric Gryffindor," Eleanor breathed, recognition immediate and impossible. An echo of him, the apparition corrected, his voice the same that had haunted her dreams. "Left behind should this day ever come." His gaze fell upon the diminishing flame. The barriers between worlds thin as the flame fades. The dragons stir in their sleep, and worse things listen from beyond the veil. "What do you need me to do?" Eleanor asked, surprised by the steadiness in her voice. The spectre of Gryffindor smiled grimly. "The flame must be rekindled, but its source lies not in this tower. The true eternal flame burns in the Chamber of the Heart, a place hidden even from the headmasters. To reach it, you must restore the four elemental sister flames that form the conduits of its power." A sound from the stairwell announced Alaric's arrival, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Ellie, you won't believe—" He stopped short at the sight of Gryffindor's apparition. "Bloody hell!" "The loyal heart joins the fiery spirit," Helena Ravenclaw observed, with something like approval. "It is as the old writings foretold." By dawn, no evacuation trains departed Hogwarts. The tracks lay buried beneath impossible snows, and beyond the castle's failing wards, dark shapes moved through the blizzard. Ancient creatures awakening as the magic that had bound them for centuries began to unravel. In the room of requirement, transformed into a circular chamber with four ornate doors, Eleanor and Alaric stood with the Grey Lady hovering beside them. Each door bore the emblem of a founder: Gryffindor's lion, Hufflepuff's badger, Ravenclaw's eagle, and Slytherin's serpent. "Each portal leads to an elemental sanctuary," Helena explained. "Earth, air, water, and fire, each guarded and each requiring a trial of worthiness. Rekindle the sister flames, and the path to the heart chamber will open. Alaric fidgeted with his wand. So, 4 deadly trials, and then what? We fight an ancient evil. Eleanor's gaze was fixed on the doors. Something like that. The Earth Sanctuary lay beneath the foundations of Hogwarts, deeper than even the Chamber of Secrets. Here, among crystal formations older than humankind, Eleanor faced a riddle-speaking sphinx, while Alaric battled animated stone guardians. The sister flame, amber-hued and earthy, ignited at Eleanor's touch, feeding on her pyromantic gift. The air sanctuary existed in a perpetual freefall, a void of endless sky, where platforms materialized and vanished beneath their feet. Here, Eleanor confronted her fear of heights, while Alaric, surprisingly graceful when airborne, discovered his aptitude for aerial magic. The azure sister flame blazed to life, drawing from Eleanor's dwindling reserves. In the water sanctuary, they navigated the realm of the merpeople beneath the Black Lake, facing not only the aquatic denizens, but the crushing pressure of the depths. The sapphire sister flame burned impossibly underwater, further depleting Eleanor's strength. The fire sanctuary proved most challenging, not for its dangers, but for its temptations. Within a labyrinth of obsidian and flame, Eleanor confronted visions of power unlimited, offers of pyromantic mastery beyond imagination. Only Alaric's steadying presence kept her true to their purpose. The ruby sister flame, paradoxically the most difficult for the pyromancer to kindle, finally blazed forth. With each rekindled flame, the bitter cold throughout Hogwarts retreated incrementally. Yet Eleanor grew paler, her vibrant magic draining into the restoration of the ancient enchantments. As the 4th flame ignited, the center of the room of requirement split open, revealing a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. At its bottom lay the Chamber of the Heart, a perfect sphere of white marble veined with gold. At its center, a plinth where a flame the size of a thimble sputtered on the verge of extinction. "You've done well to come this far." The voice belonged to a figure who seemed to shift between substance and shadow. A tall man in archaic robes, his face handsome, yet hollow, with centuries of longing. "Ignotus Peveril," the Grey Lady whispered, horror in her spectral voice. "The same," he acknowledged with a courtly bow. "Not dead, as history records, but transformed. Master of death, yet its prisoner still." Eleanor felt the truth of his words resonate with the fading eternal flame. "You're trying to extinguish it." "To liberate us all," Ignotus corrected. "The flame maintains the barrier between life and death, between this world and others. A necessary protection once, perhaps, but also a prison. Think of it, young pyromancer, with the barrier gone. No more separation from those we've lost. No more final goodbyes." His eyes, ancient and knowing, fixed on Alaric. "Your grandmother Alice, still lost in her damaged mind at St. Mungo's. Your grandfather Frank, they could be restored." Then to Eleanor. "Your mother, taken by dragonpox when you were too young to remember her face. She could hold you again." Alaric's voice shook. "Don't listen, Ellie. There's always a price." "Of course there is," Ignotus agreed. "The dissolution of the magical world as you know it, the awakening of forces long dormant, change, chaos perhaps, but also reunion, wholeness." Eleanor approached the plinth, feeling the pull of the dying flame like a physical tether. "And if I rekindle it instead?" "You've given much of your magic already to the sister flames," Ignotus said softly. "The eternal flame will require what remains." "You will live, Eleanor Prince, but as a squib cut off forever from the gift that defines you. Snow began to fall within the chamber itself as the castle's enchantments failed further. Beyond the walls, the roars of waking dragons echoed across Scotland. Eleanor looked to Alaric, whose loyal heart had never wavered, to Helena Ravenclaw, whose centuries of regret spoke volumes about the pain of wrong choices. Then to Ignotus, whose offer promised everything she had secretly longed for. Finally, she gazed into the guttering eternal flame, seeing within its dying light the faces of countless students yet to come, children who would never know the wonder of Hogwarts if she failed. "Our choices define us," she whispered, echoing words spoken by headmasters throughout the ages. Her hands, glowing with the last embers of her pyromantic gift, reached for the flame. Ignotus moved with the swiftness of shadow. "Wait." But Eleanor had made her choice. As her fingers touched the ancient fire, it flared brilliant gold, drawing her magic into itself in a rush that left her gasping. The chamber of the heart blazed with renewed light, and throughout Hogwarts, warmth returned to stone halls as enchantment strengthened once more. Ignotus Peveril's form wavered like smoke in wind. "Another time, perhaps," he said, his voice already fading. "The barrier thins again in another age." Then he was gone, and the eternal flame burned bright atop its plinth, a miniature sun restored. Eleanor sank to her knees, feeling the hollow space within where her magic had resided. Alaric knelt beside her, his hand finding hers. "You saved us all," he said simply. Above them, in the highest tower of Hogwarts, the silver lantern blazed with golden fire once more, visible for miles across the suddenly thawing Scottish Highlands. And deep beneath the British Isles, ancient dragons settled back into their slumber, the pact renewed for another age. Eleanor Prince, no longer a witch but perhaps something more important, a hero, looked up at the burning heart of Hogwarts and managed a smile. "Some flames," she said softly, "are worth the sacrifice."